document. Okay, we got sufficient document and we are satisfied. That conclusion they have come. Right? They may conclude with even 2 documents. After checking the 2, they say yes, with these 2 documents we are satisfied. We have clarity. We got proper clarity and we are satisfied with these 2 documents. We don't need to go for another document, or else we are not satisfied with 2 documents or 3 documents. We have to check entire 5 documents. Okay, entire 5 documents. Then they will check entire 5 documents. After checking all 5 documents only, they will be satisfied. Okay, or they may be satisfied with 2 documents. So that is also judgment. Okay, so what are the professional judgment examples? Material level, what extent I'm going to check, and whether audit documents what I have obtained is sufficient or not, whether that satisfaction we have to get with the judgment. Third one, ethical requirements. As an auditor, as a practitioner, we should have some ethical requirements, especially independence. We should be independent from audit fee, our client. We should not have any financial or non-financial relationship with them. Okay, with that, other ethical requirements also we should have: integrity, objectivity, professional competence, due care, confidentiality, professional behavior. For your level, if you know these are the ethical requirements, should be with these ethical requirements should be available with auditors, and these ethical requirements should be maintained throughout the audit by the auditors. If you know these two content, that is enough. Okay, so what is integrity, what is objectivity, those things I have not given here. So in your level, if you know this quality, what are the ethical requirements, what are the qualities must be available with the auditor, that is enough. So especially independence, auditor must not have any direct or indirect relationship with the direct or indirect or financial or non-financial relationship with audit team. Okay, so these three principles throughout the audit, auditor should maintain, auditor should consider. Okay, these 3 principles. Okay. Now we will move on to audit planning. So these 3 principles also, especially professional skepticism. Okay, professional skepticism also will help to audit planning. Now we will move on to audit planning topic. What is meant by audit planning? The auditor formulates the audit planning. This one, the auditor formulates an overall audit strategy, which is translated into detailed audit plan staff to follow. The technical definition of, you don't need to memorize these things. Okay, just understand audit planning means what are the audit should perform. Those audit process must be in advance. We have to decide. Plan. Normal term. What are the audit procedures we have to perform in future? Sorry, what are the audit procedures we have to perform in during the audit? Those performance procedures must be decided in advance. Okay, clear? Audit procedures must be decided in advance. That is called audit plan. Clear? I hope you are clear. Okay. Now we are going to decide what are the audit procedures we are going to perform. Okay. That is called audit procedure, audit plan. So in order to decide we should consider several things. Okay, a lot of things we have to consider. Clear? Audit planning means what are the audit procedures we are going to perform during the audit. We can't directly jump to after appointment. We can't directly jump to the audit performance. No. Okay. Why we can't jump like that? Reasons are there. I will come to later that point. But for the time being, you should keep in your mind, once you are appointed as an auditor, directly you can't perform the audit procedures, which means directly you can't jump to the audit procedures section. Before that, there's a middle level. What are the audit procedures you are going to perform? Decision you have to take in that middle level called audit plan. Once you plan, only you will you should perform based on the plan. Okay. So now our time to discussion. What are the when you are planning the audit procedures? Okay, when you are planning the audit procedures, what are the things we have to consider? Keep this point in your mind. Why planning we should consider? Why planning we should consider? To perform, to decide the audit procedures. Okay, what is planning? We should decide the audit procedures, what we are going to perform. So when you are planning, okay, how you will decide the audit procedures. What are the audit procedures you are going to decide? In audit planning, how you are going to decide that answer for how we are going to discuss in this section. Okay. So next topic, that's the thing we are going to discuss. But before discussing this 3.1, importance of audit planning, I will I will come to this point later, importance of audit planning. Before that, I want to discuss audit planning activities. Okay, we have discussed audit planning activities. Importance for the timing we will hold. I will come to later. So once we discuss activities involved in the audit planning. Okay, audit planning means what are the process we are going to perform in step 3, performance. So deciding audit procedures. So when you are deciding the audit procedures, what are the things you have to consider? Clear? ඒක මතක තියාගන්න. Audit process එක decide කරද්දී ඒක තමයි audit planning කියලා කියන්නේ. ඒ audit plan කොහොමද මොන වගේ දේවල්ද අපි mind එකෙන් තියාගන්න ඕනේ, consider කරන්න ඕනේ කියලා තමයි දැන් discuss කරන්න යන්නේ. Okay? So I will come this point audit importance of audit planning later. So first of all, audit planning activities. I'm going to discuss about audit planning activities. This is because here I don't have facility to in classroom. I normally I write in whiteboard, no. So yeah, I don't have that facility. So I have developed a short answer, short notes how equal to that my whiteboard explanation. Okay. So here this format I have given last class. I have also requested you to note it down. So I told when we are discussing the audit planning each and every topic, I will link this short notes. So this is the note I have given last week. Okay. Notebook again. So same thing I have given here also. In audit planning, we have 3 main activities. In audit planning, we have 3 main activities. What is mean by audit planning? First of all, we have to decide the audit procedures before performing. So when you are deciding the audit procedures, you should consider certain things. Okay, you should consider certain things. So what are those certain things? Those certain things are we are going to discuss here. Okay, when you are planning the audit, certain things you have to. What is the final objective of planning? Why we should do audit planning? What are the because audit based on the planning only, we are going to perform the audit. So simply, what are the audit procedures? What are the evidences we should take? How we are going to perform the audit? That answer we are going to derive from audit plan. So how we should do audit plan? That chapter we are going to discuss here. So audit plan has three main components. Okay, audit plan has three main components. Okay, දැන් මම ඉස්සලා කිව්වානේ මොනවද කන්සිඩර් කරන්න ඕනේ කියලා audit planning එකෙන්. Audit planning final objective එක performance audit process එක decide කරගන්න එක. කොහොමද මම audit එක කරලා answer එක ගන්න එක. Okay, so ඒ answer එක ගන්නවා නම් planning එක ගන්න ඕනේ. එතකොට planning එකෙන් ඒ answer එක ගන්න planning එකෙන් සමහර activities අපි කරන්න ඕනේ. ඒ activities තමයි audit planning activities. So those audit planning, we have three main activities. First one is understanding the entity. First one, understanding the entity. Second one, risk assessment. Risk assessment. Third one, risk responses. Okay, what is understanding the entity, what is risk assessment, what is risk responses, one by one we will discuss. So these are the activities we should do under audit planning. After performing these activities, we will be able to give the answer. What's the answer? What are the audit process we are going to perform? That is our final answer, no? The audit planning. They can final answer. So a final answer ganna भी हमारा activities करना audit planning again. So after performing all these activities, audit planning activities, we can reach to our answer. What are the audit process we are going to do? Okay, clear? So in other way around, I can say, in order to decide what are the audit process we are going to do, we should perform these main three activities: understanding the entity and its environment, risk assessment, and discuss. Okay. First of all, now let's assume you have been appointed as an auditor. Okay, you have been appointed as an auditor. So as I told, once you are appointed as an auditor, directly you can't jump to the work. Clear, ne? One second. Okay. As I told, you can't directly jump to the audit. So sorry, audit procedures. So first of all, you should understand your client. Okay, you should understand your client. එයා මොනවද කරන්නේ? එයාගේ accounts එක කොහොමද තියෙන්නේ? එයාගේ business එක මොනවද? ඒවා දන්නේ නැතුව directly අපි auditors appoint කරා කියලා directly කියලා finance statement කරගෙනකෝ දෙන්න finance statement එක මම ඉතින් හරි වැරදි හොයන්නම් කියලා කරන්න බෑ. That's not auditing. Auditing is not checking 100% accuracy. Okay, you should keep that in your mind. Auditor, objective, material misstatement. Okay, whether any material misstatements are there or not. That's the only concept. Yeah. So we are not going to check 100. To achieve that objective, we have some method. Okay, if you want to get through the exam, likewise, if you want to, as an auditor, if you want to achieve our objective, we should follow the method. As we can take a fine statement, just paper marking करना ही marker in the questions of we have some methods. We have to follow that path. So first thing you should keep in your mind, as I told, once you have been appointed as an auditor, you can't directly jump to perform the audit procedures. Okay. Before that, you have to do the planning activity properly. That's why it's told more than 60% of time should be allocated for audit planning. Okay. How in that audit planning activities, first activity is understanding the entity. First of all, first thing in future also, if you are nowadays also some auditors are in class, okay, but in future if you are going to do in what in future if you want to join the audit firm as an auditor, first of all you should keep in your mind once you you have been appointed as an auditor, you should first understand the nature of the entity. You should understand the entity and its environment. Okay, understanding the entity and its environment. Okay, understanding the entity and environment. Okay, what are the things we should understand as an auditor? What are the things by understanding the entity? What are the things will help us to do the audit? So first of all, what are the things we are going to understand? What are the things we are going to understand? So that is I have given here in our second part. What are the things we are going to understand? So first of all, you should know about the business operation, whether they are buying selling of cosmetic or whether they are buying selling of tires or whether they are manufacturing cosmetic products or not, whether they are manufacturing tires, what else, whether that is manufacturing company or not, which industry, manufacturing industry or trading industry or sales industry, what is their products, how they are making their products, what else, whether they are manufacturing or buying from outsiders and selling to their customers or not. So likewise, certain details, mainly as an auditor, the mama අලුත් ආවොත්. Okay, දැන් already කර පොලිස් නම් දන්නවනේ. දැන් මට අලුත් ඔඩිට් එකක් එනවා කියලා කියමුකෝ. So I got new audit. So this is the first year I'm going to do the audit. Okay. So first of all, මම බලන්නේ as an auditor partner, not only partner, even from audit senior to partner, all the members of the audit team should consider this one. If you get new audit, the පරණ audit නම් දන්නවනේ දැන් අවුල් පහක් අරන් තියෙනවා කරලා තියෙනවනේ. දැන් ඒවා ඉතින් කොහොමද දන්නවනේ මෙතන. ඒ ගැන සමහර අයිඩියාස් තියෙනවනේ. දැන් අපි මේක ඇසුම් කරමු අලුත් ඔඩිට් එකක් ගත්තා කියලා. දැන් මට අලුත් ඔඩිට් එකක් එනවා නම් මම ඉස්සලාම කරන්නේ first of all I will get the knowledge about the client. What is their business? I will discuss with the management, finance manager or director, and after that, certain things we can get from internet also. No, then websites තියෙනවනේ companies වලට. Then a company website එක ගියාට පස්සේ directly we can find their operations. What are the products they have? What is their operation? So whether that company has branches or not in other cities or in other countries, whether this is a overseas company or not, who are the parent entity. So likewise, first of all, we have to understand the business and other components of the business. Okay. So first of all, we have to understand. Okay. And second thing, once we understand the business nature, their operation, second thing, we have to check about their financial thing, financial statement related things. What are the financial statement related things? Whether they are following full IFRS or not, which means full LFS, full SLFRS. Okay, accounting standard 3-4 තියෙනවනේ. I hope you know those things. Full set of SLFRS, SLFRS for SME, SLFRS for small and entity, NGO standards. ඒ වගේ තියෙනවනේ. So non-profit organization standards, not NGO, sorry, non-profit organizations, NPO standards, non-profit organization standards. It's a detailed version is there, but in simple manner, I can say NPO standards. So which standard they are following? Okay, which standard they are following? What is their accounting policies? Okay, so financial statement things we can understand. First, we have to understand their business operation, but what are their products, how they are producing those products, how they are getting those products, whether they are buying from third-party supplier and they are selling to their customer, or they are manufacturing in-house those products or not. So that likewise, we have to understand. Okay. So what are the things we have to understand? What are the things we can get by doing this activity? Industry, regulatory, and other external factors, including applicable financial reporting framework, nature of the entity, including nature of the entity, operations, ownerships, governance, entity selection of accounting policies, measurement and review of the entity financial performance, internal control. We already discussed it. Internal control. Okay, internal control of the organization. By internal control, we have to learn. I will come to later that point. I'm not going to discuss that one in detail, but internal control of the organization also. Anyway, I will touch this one. I will discuss this point again also in the audit procedures time. Risk responses, on a risk responses topic. So, why internal control is important? Whether company has proper internal control or not. Already we have discussed misstatements can be happen because of fraud and errors. So if that company has proper internal control, okay, if that company, we have to check. We can't just like accept. Okay, we have to verify. But I want to tell. Yeah, I want to tell. Mistakes can be happen in two ways: fraud and errors. Okay, अब internal control एक तरफ discuss कराने. Business process में internal control examples discuss करा. Internal control एक internal control मैंने discuss करा. So internal control එක effectively better කරනවා නම් මොනවද ඔයගොල්ලන්ට කියන්න පුළුවන්? In that company, fraud and errors are in a low level. Can be in a low level. Okay, can be in a low level. If effective internal controls are placed in the organization, what's the conclusion we can get? Reason for the misstatements. What are the reasons for the misstatements? Reasons for the misstatements are fraud and errors. So if internal controls are properly worked in organization, what's the conclusion we can take? Reason for the misstatements, which means frauds and errors can fraud and errors will be at low level. Okay, we can't say fraud and mistakes not available. Okay, 0% flag in the ban. There may be some fraud and errors, but we can assume that if internal controls are effective in the organization, effectively placed in the organization, then we can get the conclusion that this root causes for misstatements, fraud and errors will be at minimal level. That conclusion we can take. So for that purpose, we should know about the internal control of the organization. And second topic, why we should understand. Before that, yeah, why we should understand. Why these things should be understood. Why these things should be understood by auditor. What's the importance? So why means to identify the risk of material misstatements. Okay, to achieve our objectives. Okay, to identify the risk of material misstatements. Okay, second one, to enable the auditor to design and perform further audit procedures. Why we are doing the audit planning? Why we are performing audit planning? What is our final objective of audit planning? I'm asking about audit planning. Okay, audit planning, not audit. Audit planning objective is we have to decide our audit procedures. We have to decide our audit procedures in this level. That's our final objective. If we understand these things, it will help us to decide the final audit procedures. Second point. This second point. Enable the auditor to design and perform further audit procedures. Okay. And we can assess the risk. I will come to later, assess the risk to provide frame references to exercising audit judgment, for example, when setting audit materiality. Okay, why this is important? To set audit materiality also, it will help. How it will help to determine the audit materiality level? You can note it down, this example. So we are going to discuss, we are going to know about some details, know about organization details, our audit details. What are those details? Industry regulations and their operations, business operations. What is the accounting framework they are using? What's the accounting policies? Who's the owner of the organization? Okay. So whether the accounts department is strong or not, internal controls. So a lot of things, not only these things, these 5 areas, other uh, points also you can get by understanding the engineering environment. Okay. So my question, how this understanding will help to determine the maturity level? Okay, it's my question. Simple example, just note it down. If it is PLC, public quoted company, quoted public company, okay, PLC, you know, JKs, what else? Plantations, Mahavali plantations. So a lot of companies are available in CSC. Uh, they have registered in CSC, and a lot of companies are public quoted companies in Sri Lanka. So those public also for the directors. Okay, yeah. Directors are agents, so directors are separate persons. Shareholders are separate persons. So shareholders are owners of the company. We are, as an auditor, we are reporting to shareholders about about material misstatements of financial statements. So when it comes to shareholders, public quoted company, I know this side shareholders are also because involved in the business operation, day-to-day business operations. Directors only involved in the day-to-day business operations. So this is side. On the other hand, if you take a private limited company, mostly private limited companies, directors and shareholders will be same. Okay, directors ලාමනේ shareholders විදිහට ඉන්නේ, owners ලානේ shareholders directors විදිහට ඉන්නේ. එතකොට operation run කරන එකනේ director ඒකට සල්ලි දාපු කෙනා same person. So risk is low. So by understanding the ownership of the company, if risk is high, which means if it is related to PLC company, then we should, if risk is high, we should check more documents. Okay, we should perform more audit procedures because risk is high. Why risk is high? Why I am saying risk is high? Because owners are different from the directors. We are reporting to another person. On the other hand, we are reporting to same person. So risk is low. So if risk is low, we can take profit before material level based on the profit before tax 7%. If risk is high, we have to check more audit procedures. We have to perform more audit procedures. We have to check more transactions in the organization. So we have to reduce the materiality level. If we reduce the materiality level only, we can increase our sample. No, we can increase our testing. So in order to that, in order to check more transactions, we have to reduce the material level. If you want to reduce the material level, then we have to take low percentage. So we should take 3% on profit before tax. On the other hand, private companies, risk is low, then we can reduce our audit procedures. So if we want to reduce our audit procedures, we have to reduce our materiality level. If you want to reduce our materiality level means, so if you want to, if we want to reduce our audit process means we should increase our materiality percentage. Okay, if we increase our materiality percentage, then automatically testing area will come down. Okay, that's how this materiality judgment, this part materiality judgment will be decided after understanding the entity. How you can understand? How you can understand? You can discuss with the management, which means inquiry of the management. You can perform analytical review procedures. Okay, I will come to later what is meant by analytical review procedures. For the time being, just note it down. Analytical review procedures, observation and inspection, and prior period knowledge. How you will, how you can understand this? Okay, inquiry of the management. You know, no, discuss with the management. If you want to know about the internal control of the organization, your assignment also you have done these things. If you know, if you want to know about the internal control of the organization, you will discuss with the management. That is how inquiry the management. What are the internal controls you have placed in the sales process? What are the internal controls you placed in purchase? Okay, what is your business operation? How you can understand? By discussing with them. Second one, analytical procedures. I will come that part later, analytical procedures. Third one, observation inspection. So how you can understand their internal control? You can visit their factory and you can see how they operate their business, how they manufacture their products. By seeing their operation, you can understand, which means observation and inspection. By analyzing their by checking their documents, verifying their documents, you can understand the internal controls. Okay, prior period knowledge. As I told, දැන් මට අවුරුදු 4ක් 3ක් කරපු ඔඩිට් එකක් නම් already මට knowledge එකක් තියෙනවා ඒ client ගැන. So prior period knowledge. Discussion with audit team of the sustainability of the finance statements material misstatement. දැන් audit team එක දැන් අපිට මට අවුරුදු 3ක් මේ audit එක කරලා තියෙනවා නම් business understanding මට දන්නවා. At the same time මොන තැන ඉන්නේ කියලාත් මට දැනගන්න පුළුවන්. Based on past experience. Based on past experience, I can say where amounts could go wrong. Okay, where amounts could go wrong. Amounts could be material misstatement. Okay, so likewise, based on the past experience, I can say. And last point, information from other engagement undertaken for the entity. So other than audit, let's say if that particular auditor has undertaken and done some other works for that company, then the knowledge taken through that assignment, another assignment, that knowledge also we can pass to here. Okay, so තව audit assignment එකක් කරලා තියෙනවා නම් ඒ assignment එකකින් මොනවාරි ideas හම්බෙලා තියෙනවා නම් ඒ කරද්දි මොනවාරි issues හම්බෙලා තියෙනවා නම් ඒ issues ටික share කරගන්න පුළුවන් audit team එකත් එක්ක. So then you can collect some information about you can understand certain details of relevant plan. Okay, so this is first activity, understanding the entity and its environment. So you should remember one thing here. And even though this understanding the entity and its environment we have taken as a first step, it will not stop at first stage. Okay, even though we have taken as a first step, it will not stop at first stage. It is a continuous process. At the time of planning also, you will understand the entities certain things. While you are performing the audit also, you will get some more information. So that's why I'm saying understanding the entity and its environment is a continuous process. Even though step, because we have to take a first step, because this is the first step. You have to start your audit with this point. You have to understand, but it doesn't mean at first stage itself it will be completed. It will be continuing throughout the audit process. Okay, that point you should keep in your mind. Okay. Now, risk assessment. This is our second This is our second topic, risk assessment. Okay, before that, I want to discuss certain things. Okay, risk assessment. Before discussing the main point, I want to discuss certain things. Let's say you are an auditor. You have been appointed as an auditor. Okay, you have been appointed as an auditor. So here, now assume karaganna, you are an auditor. Let's say ABC Private Limited. Or let's say ABC PLC. Here, ABC PLC financial statements we are going to verify. Okay, ABC PLC financial statements we are going to verify. What is mean by financial statements? Statement of financial position, of comprehensive income, statement of changes in equity, statement of cash flows, and notes. Okay, financial statements. Financial statement means these are the financial statements. So, what are the accounts available in these financial statements? Okay. What are the accounts available in these financial statements? ABC Private Limited financial statements are there. We are going to audit the financial statement. Financial statement means these 5 things. So these 5 things means what are the things included in these 5 financial statements? Accounts are involved. PP, that is trade receivable, bank or cash, trade gratuity, borrowings, what else? Trade payable, other payable. If you take P&L as revenue, expenses. Here we can say stated capital, admin expenses, distribution expenses, other expenses, and finance costs, taxes. Likewise, expenses category, you may have 100 of line items. Likewise, here, lot of line items are there. Line items are there. Okay, up to this point, clear? Understood? You are an auditor. You are going to audit the financial statement of the company. So financial statement means these 5 things: balance sheet, P&L, equity statements, cash flow, and notes. So which means in that financial statements, we can see a lot of accounts. Then as I earlier told, financial statements auditing means we are not going to audit the letters and rules, that lines. Okay, we are going to audit financial statement. Audit means you should understand, you should keep in your mind, financial statement audit means we are going to audit line items, amounts or figures available in statements. What are those amounts? These are the things. etc. A lot of things are there. So line items, in normal terms, line items, in normal terms, we will say, we are saying line items. So let's say, okay, understood? Make it clear? Up to this point clear? Because from here only I'm going to connect risk assessment, okay? Clear na, no response I can. Otherwise, how I will know whether, okay, fine. So let's say here, accounts are there like this. In the financial statement, 100 accounts are there in your 100 line items are there, 100 accounts are there in the financial statements. Clear? My question, are you going to check entire 100 line items or 100 accounts? This is the question. Are you going to check entire 100 accounts in your financial statement like this? Like this, you have 100 accounts. As an auditor, are you going to check entire 100 accounts or not? Answer is okay. Answer is no. You can't check. Why you can't check? It's not practicable also. These 100 accounts have been prepared by the organization. If you take that finance division, let's say 10 people are there in the finance division, from finance controller to low-level accounts assistant. There are 10 people available in the finance statements. Those 10 people, they took 365 days to prepare these finance statements, these accounts. Taken 365 days. As an auditor, we will go and audit just 3 weeks time period. Whether can the same volume, whether can, which is prepared, which is generated by 10 employees by taking 10 employees by taking full year. Okay. Person as a human being, whether we can check entire 100 accounts which was prepared by the accounts division, which is consisted by 10 staffs, and they have taken 300 and they have given these finance statements, whether as a human being we can check this 300. We can't. Okay, that is one reason. Okay, that is one reason. And on the other hand, we don't need to check this entire 100 accounts because what's our objective? Our objective is material misstatement. Okay, our objective is material misstatement. We should focus only material things. We should focus only to material things. Clear? Answer is no. Then how many accounts? Then question will come, how many accounts we have to check? Okay, how many accounts we are going to check? For this, answer is here only we will play. Here only audit play. Okay, so then how many accounts? We will check material accounts. We will check material accounts. Okay, out of this 100, there are some ways in practical, there are some ways to compute this material accounts. Okay, There are some ways to compute this material accounts in practical audit. So those things I'm not going to discuss here because in your level, you should understand the concept. Those are advanced version. So you should know we are not going to check 100 accounts. No. Then how many accounts we are going to check? That will be decided based on the material. Okay. So let's say this is for your understanding. For understanding purpose only, I'm giving this example, this simple example. But as it is, we are not going to implement in the practical manner. So, but understanding purpose, just keep this in your mind. Let's say our material is 10 million. For example, let's say our overall material is 10 million, and our performance material is 60 million. Sorry, 6 million. 60% on 10 million, 6 million. We will check. We are going to verify above 6 million. Already I explained. Even though 10 million is our overall material level, performance stage, we are not going to take that as a material to reduce our risk. We are going to take another computation. We have to compute performance material level. So that performance material level is 6 million. So for example, let's say example PM, performance material, or T is rupees 6 million. Okay. $6 million. So next one, let's say above 6 million is 70 accounts. Here, above 6 million, 70 accounts. Now we will focus these 70 accounts. Okay, we are not going to verify entire 100 accounts based performance material level. We filtered 70 accounts. This is our scope. Okay, this is our scope. Now, other 30 accounts we are not going to bother. So these 70 accounts only we are going to verify. These 70 accounts we have to perform audit procedures. Okay, what are the audit procedures we should perform? That will be complete. I'm going to verify 70 accounts. Okay. Up to this point, please just send me the WhatsApp, or you can send your discussing other thing I want to ensure. Just send a WhatsApp up to this point whether you got clarity or not. Someone you should understand, we are not going to check entire 100 accounts. We are going to check only portion of that, which means we decided 70 accounts based on our performance material level. Our level is 6 million. WhatsApp messaging done. Already here. Before discussing this point, I want to ensure whether this is clear. Whether this is clear or not, I want to ensure. Ignani, so here, my next question, 70 accounts, we have identified as the material accounts. Okay. Now our focus only in relation to this 70 accounts. Okay. Now our focus should be into this 70 accounts. Next question, my next question. For the 70, are we going to perform same level of audit procedures? Are you going to perform same level of audit procedures? These accounts or not? First, okay, we should focus 70 accounts we have. So accounts, then we should focus that we know. My next question, whether 70 accounts are material, but all these 70 accounts, do we need to adapt same audit procedures or not? Then 70 accounts material. What is our objective? What is our objective? Material misstatements are available in the financial statements or not? Whether misstatement or not. For that, what is our first thing? We should identify the material accounts. Immaterial accounts misstatements, we don't need to bother no. So we have removed those immaterial accounts. 30 accounts we have removed. So 70 accounts we took. So 70 accounts material. So what is our keywords? So 70 accounts we have. Second one, misstatements. First of all, you know about the first of all, in order to identify the material misstatement, we should know about material accounts. No, so the material accounts, 70 material accounts are there. That part we have done. But now, then 70 accounts, 70 accounts misstatements there. Okay. 70 accounts misstatement there. Then material kia tiya pali tokama me statements 70 accounts में material කියලා කියවනම් 70 accounts में material misstatement එකක් දෙයි කියලා කියන්න පුළුවන්ද? No. 70 accounts are material accounts. So it doesn't mean all 70 accounts will create material misstatements. So here we should what are the accounts having high chances to generate material misstatements. So here, next one, we should identify what are the accounts having chances. So this I'm mentioning high chance. So what are the accounts? Okay, otherwise we can say, so what are the accounts what accounts will generate material misstatement in the financial statement. Here, 70 accounts we filtered, but it doesn't mean all 70 accounts will create material misstatements. Okay, misstatements can be there. Most important thing, if you get confused, tell me, I will clarify. Confuse එකත් එක්ක මේක continue කරන්න එපා. Important thing 70 accounts තියෙනවා material accounts. ඒක ඕකේනේ. tick mark එකක් දාගන්න. 70 accounts තියෙනවා. 70 accounts material කියලා කිව්වට ඒ 70 accounts ම එක එකක්. දෙවෙනි material accounts එකෙන් එන mistakes ඔක්කොම material statement වෙන්නේ. දැන් අපි කියමුකෝ 10 million material 6 million අපි කියනවා මේකෙන් අපි material account කියලා ගත්තා. හරිද? for example. okay 6 million අපි material account කියලා ගත්තා. මේ 6 million එකෙන් 6 million material account කියලා ගත්තා. land value එකක් තියෙනවා. නැත්නම් අපි expense million එකට 8 million expense එකක් building maintenance කියලා expense account එකක් තියෙනවා. let's say building maintenance expense account. So now, yes, what is our first criteria? This material or not? Yes, material. Okay, first thing, yes, material, because above 6 million material amount. Second scenario, 8 million is building maintenance amount, which is above 6 million. So material. Second one, we have found that 8 million some differences. Okay, some differences between the invoices and the recorded amount. We found document ledger record difference. We found misstatement 1 million according to the ledger 8 million, but according to the support different. So this 1 million is material? No, 1 million material, and so we don't need to bother about that, which means material account එකේ misstatement එකක් එනවා කියන්නේ ඒක material misstatement කියලා වෙන්න ඕනේ නැහැ. okay තේරුණාද? ඒ point එක ඔල්ලට ගන්න. නැත්නම් ඕගොල්ලෝ හිතා ගන්නවා material accounts එක අපි 70 ගත්තා. ඒ 70 එකකින් එන හැම misstatements එකම material misstatement. එහෙම නෙමෙයි. ඒ 70 accounts එකකට material misstatement එකක් තියෙනවා. එහෙන example තමයි 8 million building maintenance is a material account, but if you notice 1 million misstatement in that account, that is not a material misstatement, that's just misstatement. Okay, so let's say on the other hand, you found the 7 million difference. Mistakenly they have building maintenance 8 million value material, but out of that 7 million it should be capitalized. Maintenance capitalized. So it should be capitalized. Instead of that, they have charged to P&L 7 million, and you told to them no, they should be capitalized. You can't charge to P&L in order to reduce the profit, in order to reduce the tax. Profit tax. With that mind, they have reduced the profit by increasing. So now you have found no, this is capital nature expenditure. You can't. P&L, you should capitalize this amount 7 million to balance sheet, but management has not agreed. So this 7 million is different. This 7 million is material mistake. Then it will affect the audit opinion. Here, I hope I have understood this one. Okay, so main point I want to emphasize, material misstatement, material accounts එකේ එන හැම එකම material misstatement නෙමෙයි. material misstatement. That also, if you notice it, you should bother. Okay, so we'll come to this topic. What accounts will material misstatement in finance? So those based on that analysis, first of all, you have analyzed now what are the risks, what are the accounts will cause or may cause. We'll say may. What are the accounts may generate or cause or create material misstatement in financial statements. So that accounts you have to identify. Okay, for that accounts you have to identify and analyze whether those accounts will generate material misstatement or not. So those, what are the accounts may generate material misstatement. So that analysis, okay, that analysis is called risk assessment. Risk assessment. You have to identify out of the 70 accounts, you have to identify what are the accounts may generate material misstatement. So you have to identify first that what are the accounts and how it will impact to material misstatement. Okay. So that procedure called risk assessment. Risk assessment in audit in the process of identifying and analyzing potential risks that may lead to material misstatement in the financial statement. Okay. Then what are the accounts create cost generate කරන material misstatement කියලා මේ accounts එක material misstatement එක generate කරන reason එක මොනවද ඒකත් අපි බලන්න. Okay, so these aspects we have to look. So first of all, out of these things, what are the accounts will generate material misstatements? Let's say out of these 35 accounts, high possibility. Another 25 accounts, medium possibility. Another 15 accounts, sorry, 10 accounts, no. Technical problem. Now you can just screen. Just say, otherwise I won't get. Correct, yeah? Am I audible? There are two things. Am I audible? And second one is whether you can see the screen. Okay, fine. Thank you. And so out of that 70 accounts, there are 35 accounts, high possibility to generate material misstatements. 25 accounts, medium risk. And 10 accounts, low. Okay. So here, you should understand one thing. Accounts හතරක් තියෙනවනේ මේ account එක categories කරලා තියෙනවා මේ 35 accounts න තියෙනවා material misstatement එක create කරන්න 25 accounts is a medium risk and 10 accounts low risk to create material misstatement. So my previous question, whether are we going to perform
Can you share the
Yes.
screen? We can't see that. Unable to see that.
1 second. Now, okay.
No, sir.
change කරන්න එක පේනවද?
Playing screen තමයි එනවා.
පේන්නේ නැද්ද මොකද? ස්ක්‍රීන් එක මේක ශ්‍රාවණ එක පේන්නේ නැද්ද?
Yes, sir.
අන්කර් එහෙමද? ස්ක්‍රීන්
Yes, sir.
ෂොට් එක තමයි දීලා තියෙන්නේ. කරක් පේන්නේ නැද්ද?
Yes, sir.
No, sir.
sorry. පේනවද නැද්ද?
Yes, sir.
second. Now also same problem.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Can't see.
Yes.
You can see now. There is a risk assessment cute. You can see.
Sir.
I'm changing my screens, but I just see whether the relevant screen you are able to see or not. Now I'm showing this cute.
Yes,
Now it's
sir.
okay,
Now
sir.
okay.
So now I'm showing this your participant list and this short notes. Now every each and every page you can see, no?
Yes, sir. Yes.
So 3 documents I have changed. Yeah, okay, fine, thank you. So here we have 70 accounts. Out of that 70 accounts, 35 accounts are high risk, 25 accounts are medium risk, and 10 accounts are low risk. What is mean this is low risk, high risk, and medium risk? There's a possibility to generate a statement of sorry. There are possibility of material misstatements can be taken place in accounts. So this 35, 25, 30 accounts. Okay. What is the possibility of misstatements can be happen in these accounts? Okay. So here you should understand one thing. Not only accounts, what are the reasons? What are the reasons? Let's say if you take these 35 accounts, what are the reasons? What are the reasons for material misstatements? What are the reasons for these material misstatements for these 35 accounts? Those reasons should be identified and analyzed. Okay. First point in this level, you should understand the first point. What are the accounts will generate material misstatements out of these 70 accounts? How many accounts? How many accounts have high risk? How many accounts have medium risk? How many accounts have low risk? Okay. First of all, you should understand, you should identify how many accounts how many accounts will generate high risk or medium risk and low risk. To create the material misstatement. Okay. After that, second point, you should understand what are the reasons, what are the factors, okay, what are the factors create material misstatement in these accounts. Okay. Clear the hyper arm, therefore, because once you get the financial statements, then we make a understand purpose accounts, okay, to understand the concept. So you have the 70 accounts, and first of all, you will understand what are the accounts are having high risk to generate material misstatement. Okay. And second one, so we have now filtered 35 accounts are high risk. 35 accounts are in high risk pool. So these 35 accounts, they create high possibility to create material misstatements. Okay. Why these 35 accounts? Why these 35 accounts will create material misstatements? First things, how many accounts will create material misstatements? For that, you will segregate high possibility, medium possibility, and low possibility. Let's take high possibility accounts 35. What are the reasons? What are the factors will push these 35 accounts to create material misstatements? Okay, those factors also you should identify, and those factors should be assessed. Okay, clear? Okay, first of all, once you identify 35 accounts, okay, once you identify 35 accounts, one second. Okay. So here 70 accounts are there. Out of that 70 accounts, now we have to identify high possibility misstatements accounts. High possibility misstatement accounts we have to identify. So in order to identify that high possibility accounts, you have to analyze. Okay, why these accounts will give, why these accounts are having high chances to give material misstatements. So that identification and what are the factors will push these accounts to generate material misstatements. Okay, to identify that factors and identify those accounts and how these factors will affect to the percentage of misstatements, those analyzing part called risk assessment. After risk assessing, we can this medium these things. Okay. Again, I will summarize and tell accounts. Out of that, you will filter certain accounts based on the material amount. 70 accounts we have filtered. Okay. So now those 70 accounts are material accounts. It doesn't mean all material accounts. So 70 accounts are material accounts. All material accounts will not generate material misstatement. So now we have to identify what are the accounts will generate material misstatements. So how we can identify? For that, each and every account we have to analyze. Through analyzing, we can identify certain factors are there. Okay, lot of factors are there in the organization side and relevant account side. Okay, organization point of view, relevant accounts point. Certain factors are there. Those factors will push that account to create material misstatements. Okay, if you don't understand, raise your hand. I will explain clear again also. First of all, you filtered accounts. 70 accounts are there. All 70 accounts will not give material mistake. So we have to identify what are the accounts having high risk probability, high probability to create material misstatements. So that then accounts have එකන් accounts එක බලපු ගමන් අපිට කියන්න පුළුවන් මේ accounts එක මේක high risk මේ accounts එක low risk මේ accounts එක මේ medium risk කියලා කියන්න පුළුවන් අපි we can't say like that පුළුවන්ද we cannot say. So now we have to analyze, now we have to identify what are the factors available around this, what are the factors available, okay, what are the factors available around these 70 accounts. Okay, what are the risk factors? What are the risk factors available around these 70 accounts and how these risk factors will affect to these 70 accounts? Okay, how these risk factors will affect to the 70 accounts? Based on that understanding and based on that analysis, we will classify these accounts are high risk, these accounts are medium risk, and these accounts are low risk. Okay. So දැන් මෙතන 35 25 කියලා නිකන් අපි ගන්න නෑනේ. 70ක් තියෙනවා. ඒ 70න් ඒ 70 accounts 70ම related factors තියෙනවා. risk factors තියෙනවා material misstatement create කරන්න. ඒක ඒ risk factors වෙන්න පුළුවන් specifically ඒ account එකට relate වෙන්න පුළුවන්. නැත්නම් ඒ organization relate වෙන්න පුළුවන්. Okay. තේරෙනවද? ඒක මොන වුණත් වෙන්න පුළුවන් ඒ risk factors ටික. Okay. ඒක specifically ඒ account එකකට විතරක් risk factor එක වෙන්න පුළුවන්. නැත්නම් organization point of view තියෙන risk factors වෙන්න පුළුවන්. නැත්නම් ඒ business point of view තියෙන risk factors වෙන්න පුළුවන්. Okay. ඕන එකක් වෙන්න පුළුවන් ඒක. Okay. ඕන එකක් වෙන්න පුළුවන්. ඒක this point, keep this point in your mind. So whatever factors, it is not related to only to that account. Okay. ඒක understand කරගන්න. ඒ account එකට විතරක් ඒ account එකට සම්බන්ධ තියෙන factors එක විතරක් නෙමෙයි මෙතන analyze කරන්නේ. හැම ෆැක්ටර්ස් එකක්ම අපි analyze කරනවා. හැම ෆැක්ටර්ස් එකක්ම analyze කරලා all risk factors we are going to analyze. So it can be organization point of view, organization related things, entire organization related things, entire business operation things, finance division related things, okay, the operation related things, and specifically certain things related to that particular accounts also. So we have to analyze all these things, and we have to come for the conclusion how these risk factors will impact to the accounts to generate material misstatement. That activity called risk assessment. Risk assessment in the audit process of identifying, analyzing potential risk that may lead to material mistake in the financial statements. Okay, so here how we have classified this risk high, medium, and low. First of all, 70 accounts. 70 accounts. Okay, 70 accounts. We have to identify risk factors. Risk factors which affect, which push risk factors. 70 accounts are there. In these 70 accounts, risk factors which push material misstatement in these accounts. Which push material misstatement in this account, and how to push. Okay, 70 accounts are there. 70 accounts are there. So now we have to analyze what are the risk factors available in relation to these accounts, how those risk factors will create material misstatement in these accounts. Those risk factors can be organization. It's a possibility, okay? Those risk factors can be organization point of view, organization related risk factors, finance division related risk factors. Example, you can risk factors specifically the account related risk factors. Account related risk factors. Okay, and etc. So we have identified these risk factors, okay, these risk factors, and how this material misstatements in these 70 accounts. Okay, so based on that, we can classify high, medium, low. So high, more, we have to perform more audit procedures, and we have medium risk, we can reduce, low risk, even auditors. Okay, clear that? So summary, you should understand. We have material accounts. How these material accounts will how these material accounts will be converted material mistakes. How these material accounts will produce material misstatements. Okay, so how these material accounts will produce material misstatement and what are the reasons? This respectors called reasons. What are the reasons for these material misstatements? These reasons can be overall organization point of view. Certain reasons can be there. Finance division related. Some reasons are this respect can be generated, or specifically that account related respect is also there. Okay, clear? So these risk factors we have to identify and how these risk factors will cause material misstatement in these accounts. Material accounts. That analysis is called risk assessment. Okay. Okay. So next box, the risk assessment under the auditing standard helps the auditor to ensure the key areas. So I have highlighted these things. This is the important thing. What we have discussed now, I have given the tube. A risk assessment under auditing standards helps the auditor to ensure the key areas more susceptible to material misstatements are adequately investigated and tested during the year. So why risk assessment helpful to auditors? Once you identify the risk, okay, the risk factors will cause material misstatement accounts. Once you identify, you will get the result. What are the high risk accounts? What are the high risk accounts? What are the low risk accounts? What is high risk? What is the probability to create material misstatement? These 35 accounts have more probability, highest probability to create material misstatement. So those accounts we should focus more. For those accounts, we should perform more audit procedures. Clear? So risk assessment, this is called risk assessment. This risk assessment will help to adequately investigate and tested during the audit. So if we don't do the risk assessment, if we don't do the audit planning, what will happen? We will, if we directly jump to the audit planning, what will happen? We will do unwanted audit procedures for low risk items. High risk items, then whether can we achieve our objective? දැන් හතරක් කියනකොට audit planning එක risk assessment එක හරියට කරන්නේ නැතුව වැඩකට බැස්සොත් මොනවද වෙන්නේ? අර 10 low risk එක තියෙනවනේ. ඒකට වැඩිපුර audit කරන්න process කරන්න පුළුවන්. අර 35 high risk තියෙන එක miss වෙන්නත් පුළුවන්. We may miss to do audit process, adequate audit processes for these 35 accounts. So unwanted audit processes we may do for these 10 accounts. If we do like that, whether we are in a position to achieve our objective? No. Useless audit procedures. So in order to identify the high risk areas only, we should do the risk assessment. Clear? Up to this point, clear? WhatsApp එකකින් කියන්නේ කිව්වොත් මට proceed වෙන්න පුළුවන්. මේක understand වුණොත් තමයි ඊළඟ එකට යන්න පුළුවන්. මේ risk assessment එක මොනවද? Importance of risk assessment. Importance of risk assessments. Clear නැත්නම් ආයෙ පාර කියන්න. ප්‍රශ්නයක් නැහැ. Because this is important. Other things are straightforward things. Easily I can explain. This risk assessment point only I wanted to take some more time and explain because it's a critical part and this is the bottleneck part. This is the key part. If you understand this point, other chapters you can, other topics you can easily understand. So if you don't understand, if you didn't understand properly, then let me know, then I will explain again also. Okay. So here risk assessment means in the auditing environment, let's say if you are going to do the audit PLC company, audit for ABC PLC company. In that auditing environment, in that audit, certain risk factors are there. Those risk factors will cause or may cause material misstatements, may push, those risk factors may push to create material misstatements in the financial statements. Okay, clear? So first of all, we have to identify those risk factors. So first of all, you have to identify the material accounts. Okay, first of all, you have to identify the material accounts. So certain risk factors are there. First of all, you have to identify the material accounts. So in our case, 70 material accounts are there. Second thing, in the audit environment, certain risk factors are there. Those risk factors will push those 70 accounts to generate material misstatements. Risk factors will push that 70 accounts to generate. So we have to identify, after identify the material accounts, second step, we have to identify what are those risk factors. Those risk factors can be organization level risk factors. Those risk factors can be accounts generators risk factors. Okay, you can finance division of finance department risk factors. Those risk factors can be specifically related to that specific account. Okay, etc. Some other risk factors also there. We will discuss those risk factors later. So there. So first step, you identify the material account. Second, available in the environment to push those 70 accounts to create material misstatement. Third step, what level of impact those risk factors will give to those material misstatement. That part called analyzing. That part called analysis. Okay. So identification, identify the material accounts, identify the risk factors, how those risk factors will impact to those material accounts to generate material misstatements. That is called analyzing. Based on that analysis, you will get result. Certain accounts are high risk, certain accounts medium risk, certain accounts low risk. Clear? I hope answers then. Answers දුන්නොත් okay. WhatsApp එකෙන් දාන්න ප්‍රශ්නයක් නැහැ. Individual. එතන කියන්න ඕනේ නැහැ මේ ප්‍රශ්නයක් තියෙනවා නම් WhatsApp එකෙන් දාන්න. Just tell me through WhatsApp. කියන්න කවුරු WhatsApp එකෙන් මේක තියෙනවා මේ point එක තේරෙනවද කියලා. Then I can move on to next topic. Okay. Now, there are, we have already discussed identification of material accounts. What are the risk factors will create material misstatement in that accounts and how those will affect to the material accounts. And fourth bucket, result, high risk, medium risk, low risk. Okay, high risk, medium risk, low risk. Clear? So then we have to perform now. So we have to perform. So now, how these risk factors will affect to the material accounts. දැන් ඒක අපි ඇනලිස් කරන්න ඕනේ. ඇනලිස් part එක කරන්න ඕනේ identification කරා. So now we have another two jobs. We have 4 buckets. First category, identify the material accounts. Second category, we have to identify the risk factors. Third category, we have to analyze how this affect to the material misstatements, material accounts. Okay, to generate material misstatements. And fourth one, our result, high, low, medium. So first one is okay. Based on the material level, we can find 70 accounts we have filtered. Second point, okay, second point, carefully listen. Second point, now we have to identify the risk factors. And third point, how these risk factors will affect to the material accounts. Okay, how these risk factors will affect to the material accounts. That also we have to analyze. So this identification and analyzing part, we have to do certain things now. In order to identify those risk factors and in order to analyze those risk factors, we have to perform certain procedures. Those procedures called risk assessment procedures. Those procedures called risk assessment procedures. Okay, those procedures called risk assessment procedures. Inquiry, analytical procedures, observation, inspection. Okay, inquiry. So how we can identify factors? We have to discuss with the management. Okay, by discussing with the management, we can find certain risk factors. What are the things? Okay, risk factors. How we can identify අර bucket හතරම ඔළුවේ තියාගන්න. 70 accounts identify කරලා තියෙනවා. risk factors අපි දැන් identify කරන්න ඕනේ මොනවද risk factors එකට impact වෙන්නේ කියලා. third එක කොහොමද ඒක impact වෙන්නේ කියලා identify කරගන්න ඕනේ. fourth එක result එක. දැන් මේක හතරම ඔළුවේ තියාගෙන continue කරමු. Okay, clear නේ? So first one, how we can identify the risk factors? මොනවද risk factors තියෙන්නේ? Organization related risk factors තියෙන පුළුවන්. Because of their business operations, some risk factors may come. Because of their finance division issues, some risk factors may come. Because of specific characteristics of that particular account, certain risk factors may come. Okay, clear? අපි තුනක් ගමුකෝ. ගොඩක් තියෙනවා. තුනක් ගමු. For example, let's say අපි discuss කරන management එකත් එක්ක. අපි discuss කරලා management එකත් එක්ක අපි discuss කරනවා මේ කොහොමද ඔයගලන්ට මොනවද risk එක තියෙන්නේ financial materials එක වෙන්න. ඒකට අපි discuss කරනකොට අපි එකක් දැනගන්නවා. Accounts division staff. Okay, they don't have much experience. All are recently joined employees, joined accounting staff. They have only 2-3 months. Finance manager is there, no issue. But accountant was recruited under him, I think 2 accounts assistants recruited. But all accountant has only 1 year experience and account assistants have only 6 months experience. So all are having less than 2 years experience. Okay. So now, after discussing with the management, you got to know accounts division staff, they don't have that much of experience. And what's the problem? Because of this inexperience, finance statements what they have prepared may include misstatements. Okay, because inexperienced staff only prepare the financial statements. So inexperienced staff prepare the financial statements. Because of that, the output financial statements may include misstatements. That misstatements can be material. Okay, then we understand discuss කරන්න පුළුවන්. දැන් ඒගොල්ලන් misstatements ඒගොල්ලන් mistakes කරනවා නම් inexperienced mistakes කරනවා නම් ඒ mistakes එක එක account එකේ විතරද ඒගොල්ලන් දාන්නේ. ඒ mistakes එක එක account එකේ විතරද ඒගොල්ලන් දාන්නේ. නෑනේ. PP එකේ mistake වෙන්න පුළුවන්, provisions දාලා තියෙනවා නම් mistakes වෙන්න පුළුවන්, revenue recognition එකේ mistake වෙන්න පුළුවන්, inexperienced staff ලා හැම තැනෙම mistakes වෙන්න පුළුවන් නේ inexperienced staff. So ඒක risk එකක්. ඒ නිසා නෙමෙයි. Accounts ගොඩාක් impact වෙන්න පුළුවන්. That's why I told. It can be organization point of view, it can be finance division of the organization. Those risk factors can be related to the finance division related issues. Those risk factors can be related to the entire organization. Those risk factors can be related to specific accounts also. Okay? Then එකක් තේරුණානේ. Finance division එකේ inexperienced staff line නිසා assessments කරගන්න පුළුවන් ගොඩාක් accounts වල. ඒතකොට ඒක material වෙන්නත් පුළුවන්. ඒක risk factor. තව එකක්. analytical process එකට යමු. දැන් අපි කියමු revenue. Okay, revenue කියනවා. දැන් අපි කියමු revenue ඇවිල්ලා අර 70 accounts එකකින් එකක්. මේ 70 accounts එකකින් එකක්. මේ 70 accounts එකකින් revenue එකක්. sales. දැන් ඔයා බලනකොට sales එකේ variance එකක් තියෙනවා. ගිය පාර 100 million, මේ පාර 170 million. 70% increment එකක් තියෙනවා. suddenly කොහොමද ඒක වුනේ? ඒකට ඒතර risk එකක් තියෙනවා. risk එක. එතකොට ඔයා ඒකට importance එක දෙන්න ඕනේ. analytical process එකකින් ඔයා කරලා understand කරගන්න risk එක. risk එක identify කරගන්න. කොහොමද මොන වගේ ඒක specifically account related risk එකක්. risk එක identify කරනවා. analytical review process කරනවා. analytical review process කරලා risk එක identify කරනවා මේක high variance එකක් තියෙනවා කියලා. observation and inspection. observation and inspection එක මොනවද කියන පුළුවන්. documents ඔයා verify කරනවා. documents verify කරනකොට සමහර documents verify කරනකොට එතන documents mismatch වෙනවා. නැත්නම් internal control ගැන ඔයා understand කරනවා. control ගැන ඔයා understand කරනකොට discuss කරනකොට ඔයා observe කරනවා. ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ operations ටික observe කරනවා. documents ටික inspect කරනවා. ඒම internal control ගැන ඒගොල්ලන්ත් එක්ක discuss කරලා observe inspection කරනකොට note කරගෙන internal control weaknesses තියෙනවා කියලා. ඒතකොට internal control weaknesses තියෙනවා නම් මොනවද වෙන්නේ? ඒක හැම account එකකටම impact වෙනවා. Okay? Next one. දැන් අපි කියමුකෝ දැන් අර hedging derivative කියලා finance instruments එකෙන් අපි මේක කියමු. ඒක too advanced. Sometimes you would have not learned this hedging and derivative concepts. So let's say inventory. Okay? Inventory finished good valuation is complex in this organization. Inventory finished good. So by understanding the business operation, okay, business operation can understand කරනවානේ. කොහොමද raw material ගන්නෙ, raw material එක කොහොමද use කරන්නේ, මොන floor එකටද යන්නේ. These are the understandings. You have obtained understanding about the organization. Once you obtain the understanding of the organization, you felt this. Okay, so a little bit complex. You have discussed with the management, you observe the documents, and you observe the operation. Okay, the inventory process of operation observe. So after these procedures, you came to conclusion that inventory valuation is little bit complex process. Then inventory complex process happening, finished good valuation is a complex process. So that complex process will generate material misstatement in the inventory valuation. A complex process මම කියන්නේ ඒ complex process එක අනිවාර්යෙන් material misstatement එකක් වෙනවා කියන්නේ. දැන් ඔයා feel වෙනවා this is complex process. Because of this complex process, material misstatements may be derived. Okay, may be derived in inventory valuation. ඒව තමයි මම කියන්නේ. ඒක වෙලා තියෙනව නැද්ද කියලා audit process කරලා තමයි conclude කරන්න ඕනේ. 100% වෙනවා කියලා නෙමෙයි. අපිට doubt එකක් තියෙනවා risk එකක් නිසා. So risk assessment procedures, and you have to find what are the risk factors, and you have to analyze also. Okay, and after that you have to analyze how these things will be affecting to your material accounts. Clear? Clear නේ? Okay. Now, analytical procedures in detail we will discuss in our next topic. Now, what we have discussed in our 4 buckets we have identified the material accounts. After that, once we identify the material accounts, we have to material accounts is not, it's not a, yeah, there's also disbursement procedures. So first of all, just keep in your mind like that, disbursement procedures. Okay, material accounts, we have identified the material accounts, and we have identified the risk. We have identified the risk. We have identified the risk through these procedures. Through these procedures. Through these procedures, we have identified the risk. Okay, what are the risks? Will affect to the material accounts. Okay, what are the risks will cause material misstatement in those material accounts? Okay, so we have identified, now we have analyzed. But we are using this audit procedures, which means risk assessment procedures. It's called risk assessment procedures. Now, next topic. දැන් මම කියවනේ risk එක identify කරනවා කියලා. risk එක identify කරගන්න process කරා. Okay, now question, what are the risks? Now I have given certain risks. No, I have given certain risks. Inexperienced staff කියලා කිව්වා. ලොකු variances තියෙනවා කියලා කිව්වා. අනිත් business operation එක complex නිසා සමහර වෙලාවට මේ inventory finished good valuation එක complex කියලා කිව්වා. වෙන මොනවද කිව්වේ? Inexperienced කියලා කිව්වා. So already I have told, no. These are the risks we have identified, no, through these procedures. Those things are risk. Not only these 3, those things are risk. Okay. So now next topic we are going to discuss, what are those risks? What type of risk? What are the classifications? So before discussing this topic itself, I have given certain examples. Organization complex business process. Because of that, inventory value complexity, inventory finished good valuation will be maybe complex. Organization does not have proper finance division staff, experienced finance division staff. Because of that, they may create a lot of issues in the finance statements preparation. Second one, third one, high huge variance noticing sales process or some other accounts. Okay, so these are the risks. Okay, these are the risks. In detail manner, we are going to discuss under risk category. So this risk we can classify into 2 categories: business risk and audit risk. Business risk I'm not going to discuss in detail. Okay, business risk I'm not going to discuss in detail, because here important thing is how business risk and business එකෙන් තියෙන risk එක නිසා audit risk එකට එන්නේ. Business risk එකෙන් තියෙන risk එක තමයි audit risk එකට convert වෙන්නේ. So now business risk means, example I have given, competition, product quality issues. Okay, competition is a risk. Product quality is a risk. If they issue low quality products, that's also okay. Regular staff turnover. Okay, regular staff turnover, working capital management difficulties. So a lot of business risk. Now we are not going to discuss about the business risk. What is meant by business risk? I have given the definition. So business risk is not important, but the most important thing, how this, you should know about the business risk example, how this business risk will generate audit risk. Okay, how this business risk will link to audit risk. Which in other terms we can say how this will generate audit risk. That's the important thing, because audit risk එකක් කියලා නිකන් එළියේ ඉඳලා එන්නේ නැහනේ. audit risk එක කියන්නේ business එක ඇතුලේ ඒ business එකෙන් තියෙන risk එක නිසා තමයි audit risk කියන්නේ. Then for example I can say inexperienced finance staff ඉන්නවා. Inexperienced finance staff ඉන්න එක business risk නේ ඉස්ලාම. ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ business operation එක finance division operation එක හරියට වෙන්නේ නැහනේ. ඒක business risk එක. ඒ business risk එක කොහොමද අපේ audit එකට impact වෙන්නේ? So audit risk එකක් කියලා එළියේ ඉඳලා එන්නේ නැහැ. ඒක business risk එක තමයි audit risk විදිහට convert වෙන්නේ. On the other hand, we can say complex inventory finished good valuation process. complex inventory, finished good valuation process. Okay, that is a business risk. So that business risk, how that business risk will affect to audit risk. That part only we should look. Okay, so now business risk, lot of examples we can give. Competition, product quality issues, technology advancement, inexperienced staff in the organization, especially in the finance. So like this, lot of things we can give. Okay, you should, in your level, you should remember what are the business risks. Now we will move on to our main part, audit risk. Okay, from business risk only, audit risk will come. So now we will focus about audit risk. We have identified material accounts in our 4 buckets explanation. We have identified the material accounts. Now we know what are the audit procedures we have to, what are the risk assessment procedures we have to perform. By performing those risk assessment procedures, we will identify certain risks. Already I have given certain examples, but in detailed manner we are going to discuss here. So we will identify certain risks. What are those risks? That topic we are going to discuss under audit risk. Okay. Audit risk means simple. Audit risk means if we don't achieve our objective, that is called risk. What is our objective? Provide an opinion on financial statements whether financial statements are free from material misstatement. Okay. If we provide inappropriate opinion, what is meant by inappropriate opinion? We found material misstatement, but so there are there is a material misstatement. There is a material misstatement, but we didn't find the material misstatement, but we have given clean opinion. There is a material misstatement because of we have not done proper audit procedures. Because of that, we couldn't find that material misstatement, so we have not found, and we have given clean opinion. Okay, so that is called inappropriate audit opinion. හරිනම් දෙන්න ඕනේ opinion එක clean නෙමෙයි, වැරදි කියලා. මේ material misstatement තියෙනවා කියලා තමයි කියන්න ඕනේ. හැබැයි ඒ වෙනුවට අපි ඒක හරියට audit process කරන්න නැතුව අපි ඒක fine කරලා නැහැ. ඒ නිසා අපි දීලා තියෙන්නේ clean opinion. Ideally we should have given modified opinion. Then clean opinion නැතුව අනිත් opinion කියන්නේ modified opinion කියලා. ඒක clean නැහැ කියලා අපි දීලා තියෙන්න ඕනේ. Instead of that, we have given clean opinion. But still, material given inappropriate audit opinion. Okay. On the other hand, also same. Material misstatement එකක් නැහැ. හැබැයි අපි modified opinion දීලා තියෙනවා. We can say modified opinion. We will discuss in detail later. Modified opinion කියලා කියනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ material misstatement එකක් තියෙනවා කියලා දීලා තියෙනවා. That is called inappropriate audit opinion. So this audit risk will be classified into 2. Okay. This audit risk will be classified into 2. Risk assessment, already we discussed, identify and analyze the areas which could lead to material misstatement in the financial statement. So this risk, there are 3 inherent risks. There are 3 types of risk. Risk, we can identify types of risk. Audit risk, we have 3 types of risks. Maybe identify කරන්නේ. Okay, අපි audit risk කියලා 3ක් තියෙනවා. Inherent risk, control risk, deduction risk. හරිද? We have identified the 70 accounts. Now, what are the risks will push that 70 accounts to create material misstatements? Those risks only we are going to identify now. Okay, we know how to identify. We should use risk assessment procedures, analytical review procedures, inquiry with the management, observation and inspections. These are the audit procedures we have to adapt to identify the risk. Now we are adapting, now we are performing those risk assessment procedures. Through performing these risk assessment procedures, now we are going to identify the audit risk. Those audit risks called inherent risk, control risk, deduction risk. Okay, inherent risk, control risk and deduction risk. Three types of risk. Okay, three types of risk we have identified. This inherent risk and control risk we normally say entity level risk. Okay, then business risk කියලා කිව්වනේ මම. ඒ business risk එක තමයි misunderstand කරගන්න එපා. හැම business risk එකම inherent risk කියලා. But for understanding purpose අර business risk එක inherent risk කියලා කියන්න පුළුවන්. Okay, business risk තමයි inherent risk කියලා නෙමෙයි. inherent risk එකෙන් එකකට තමයි business risk කියලා කියන්න පුළුවන්. business risk සමහර ඒවා එනවනේ. ඒවත් inherent risk කියලා කියන්න පුළුවන්. හැබැයි entirely business ඔක්කොම inherent risk කියලා meaning නෙමෙයි. Okay, so understanding purpose අර business risk කියන්නේ ඒවා අර financial statement financial division staff experience නැති එක inventory finished good valuation complex එක තියෙන එක ඒවා high variance තියෙන ඒවා inherent risk කියලා ගන්න පුළුවන්. Okay, okay, ඒවා inherent risk කියලා ගන්න පුළුවන්. And control risk. Control risk means simply I can define. Control risk means if internal controls are not perform effectively or internal controls are not available. Effective internal controls are not available, or on the other hand, we can say internal controls are not operated effectively, then control risk is high. Okay, then control risk is high. If internal controls are properly worked, then we can say internal control risk is low. Then control risk එක මොනවද? control නැත්නම් නේ risk එක වැඩි කියලා කියන්න පුළුවන්. එතකොට internal control එකෙන් companies internal controls are not operated effectively, then we can say control risk is high. If companies internal controls are operated effectively, then we can say control risk is low. Okay, clear? I hope you have understood. So this inherent risk, I told business risk. In simple manner, you can understand business risk, but not equal to business risk. Okay, we can say all the business risk is inherent risk. Okay, එහෙම misunderstand කරගන්න එපා. For understanding purpose එකට business risk ඒවා inherent risk කියලා imagine කරගන්න. Okay, so this inherent risk also in relation to the organization side. Okay, this inherent risk also in relation to the organization side. This control risk also in relation to the organization side. දැන් auditors ලාගේ පැත්තේ මොකුත් නෑනේ එක. ඒක auditors ලාගේ පැත්තේ මේක මොකුත් නෑනේ දැන්. ඒක තියෙන accounts company පැත්තේ. Okay, company පැත්තෙන් තමයි ඒක තියෙන්නේ. So that's why business risk inherent risk and control risk, both risks. Okay, both risks are related to company side. Okay, both risks are related to company side. There is no any auditors involvement. Auditors ලාගේ පැත්තෙන් risk එක එන්නේ නෑනේ. So inherent risk, as I told, we can say business risk. Okay, those business risks or inherent risk and this control risk. If internal controls are operated effectively, control risk is low. If internal controls are not operated effectively, then control risk is high. So these controls, internal controls and inherent risk are related to entity side. No any auditors involvement there. So because of that, we are saying this is dependent on entity. This is dependent on entity. Okay, this is dependent on entity. On the other hand, deduction risk. This is dependent on auditor. Deduction risk means, in simply we can explain, if auditor fails to identify material misstatement, that risk called deduction risk. Deduct කරන එක miss කරන එක. Deduct material misstatement එක auditor deduct කරන miss කරලා තියෙනවා නම් ඒ risk එක තමයි deduction risk. If auditor fails to deduct material misstatement in the financial statements, that risk called deduction risk. Okay, that is called deduction risk. So that risk is related to auditor side. So other two risks, inherent risk and control risk, related to management side, which means entity side. That's why we say this is dependent on entity. Another one, deduction risk, is dependent on auditor side. Now we will see what is meant by inherent risk, what is mean by control risk and risk. Quickly, as I told, certain examples I have given. Inherent risk. For easily understand, I suggested just think business risks are inherent risk, but not exactly equal. But for your understanding purpose, just imagine business risk are inherent risk. So what is mean by inherent risk? Inherent risk. For example, I will I will explain with our normal example, our day-to-day life example. Let's say, දැන් ඕගොල්ලන් එලාම් තියනවානේ 4 o'clock එලාම් තියනවා. Just imagine the example, okay? Don't analyze too much, but just 4 o'clock එලාම් තියනවා. Okay? 4 o'clock එලාම් තියනවා. එලාම් තියලා දැන් Monday morning ඕගොල්ලන් 4 o'clock එලාම් තියනවා. එලාම් තියලා 4 o'clock ඕගොල්ලන් නැගිටින්නේ Monday morning. නැගිටින්න බෑනේ generally. I'm not talking about the extraordinary people. I'm talking only about the general people, general 90-95% people, okay? If you set an alarm on Monday, let's say Monday, set an alarm on Monday 4 a.m. but you didn't wake up, okay? But you didn't wake up. Why? දැන් පළවෙනි දවසේ alarm එක 4ට තිබ්බොත් පුරා නැගිටින්න අමාරුයි. නැගිටිනවා. 4ට නෙමෙයි 4:08 වගේ නැගිටිනවා. Okay? Half an hour delay. Then Tuesday. Then Tuesday I පාර 4 o'clock තියෙනවා. Then Tuesday 4 o'clock නෙමෙයි 8 4:15 4:30 වගේ තමයි නැගිටින්නේ. 8 miss වුණා 4 o'clock නැගිටින්න. Wednesday. දැන් Wednesday alarm එක තියෙනවා 4 o'clock. දැන් හිතා ගන්නවා නෑ මම දවස් දෙකක් නැගිටින මේ 4යි මාට තමයි නැගිටින්නේ. අද කොහොම හරි 4ට නැගිටින්න ඕනේ. ඒ නිසා මම පොඩ්ඩක් ඩිනර් එක වෙලස්මින් අරගෙන නිදා ගන්නවා. normally මම නිදාගන්නේ 10ට. දැන් මම half an hour නැත්නම් 1 hour early නිදා ගන්නවා. එතකොට මට 4 o'clock නැගිටින්න පුළුවන්. There are 3 situations. Okay? There are 3 situations. Monday and Tuesday you didn't wake up because you missed the alarm and you didn't wake up at 4:30 වගේ තමයි නැගිටින්නේ. Monday and Tuesday. But Wednesday you managed to wake up at 4 a.m. By Tuesday night you have gone to bed 1 hour before. Okay, you had your dinner 1 hour early and you have gone to your bed 1 hour before. Because of that, you managed to wake up around 4, exactly 4 a.m. දැන් Monday and Tuesday ගමුකෝ. Monday and Tuesday ඔයා මොකක් ස්ට්‍රැටජි යූස් කරේ නෑනේ. නිකන් එලාම් එක තිබ්බා ඩේට් normally ඔයා ඩිනර් එක ගන්න වෙලාවෙදි කෑවා. නිදාගත්තා මිස් වුණා නැගිටින්න උදේ 4ට. මොකක් ස්ට්‍රැටජියක් කරේ නෑ. මිස් වුණා. රිස්ක් එකක් නේ ඒක මිස් වුණා. half an hour delay වුණා. Monday and Tuesday. හැබැයි Wednesday ඔයා පොඩි ස්ට්‍රැටජියක් දැම්මා. මොනවද? 9 1 hour before ඩිනර් එක අරගෙන ඉලෙ නිදාගත්තා. ස්ට්‍රැටජි. කන්ට්‍රෝල් එකක් දැම්මා. ඒ නිසා ඔයාට නැගිටින්න පුළුවන් වුණා. Okay? Clear? දැන් කන්ට්‍රෝල් දාන්න කලින් ඔයා රිස්ක් ඉෂුස් දෙකක් ෆේස් කරන්නේ රිස්ක් එකක් ෆේස් කරන්නේ. ඒ කියන්නේ half an hour delay වෙලා නැහැ ස්විච් එක. ඒක තමයි inherent risk. That is called inherent risk. One second. Okay. So first 2 days, you didn't put any internal control or manage or strategy. Because of that, you couldn't take up on time. You managed to at 4 a.m. because you put some strategy. So before strategy, okay, before strategy, or in other terms, in technical terms, you can say internal control. If you face any risk, those risks are inherent risk. No controls were introduced. Okay, no controls were introduced, or before introduce the controls. If you face any risk, those risks are inherent risk. අතරාමටම නැහිච්චේ half an hour risk එකක් වුණා, issue එකක් වුණා, control එකක් දැම්මේ නැහැ, strategy එකක් දැම්මේ නැහැ. That is inherent risk. Inherently තියෙන risk එක. Third day automatically ඔයා strategy එකක් දැම්මා, ඒ risk එක mitigate කරගත්තා. Okay? Clear? Another example I can see. දැන් Marine Drive එකත් ඔක්කොම hotels තියෙනවනේ. Marine Drive එකත් දැන් වැල්ලුවා තමයි පිටි Marine Drive එකත් ගියොත් ඔයාට Marine Drive එකත් ඔක්කොම hotels බලන්න පුළුවන්. මේ hotels එකටම තියෙන risk එකක් තියෙනවා. මොනවද risk එක? I can say a lot of examples for risk. Okay? මොනවද risk එක? Hotels වල තියෙන risk එක මොනවද? Tsunami risk එක. So, tsunami threat is there. So those hotels are facing this tsunami threat. So that is inherent risk. Hotel එක beach side තියෙන නිසා ඒ risk එක තියෙනවා. But they can mitigate that risk by implementing a strategy or internal control. What's the control of strategy? They can build a wall. Okay, entrance එකට විතරක් එහෙම තෙම්බක් ප්‍රශ්න තියෙනවා. They can build a wall. නැත්නම් අර වතුරෙන් නැති විදියට මොනවාරි strategy එකක් දාන්න පුළුවන්. ඒ strategy එක දැම්මොත් ඒක mitigate කරන්න පුළුවන්. ඒ strategy එක දාන්න නැත්නම් මේ inherent risk එක තියෙනවා. That is one. Understood? That is one type of explanation. Third one. දැන් අවුරුදු දෙක තුනකට කලින් මේ economic crisis නිසා නැත්නම් මේ COVID season නිසා අපේ hotel industry and car sale industry ඔක්කොම මේ effect වුණානේ. So car sale companies වලට මොනවද ප්‍රශ්න තිබුණේ? They couldn't import the new vehicles. Now only they have started to import new vehicles now, 4 months before they have started now. So 2-3 years back they couldn't import the vehicles because of this import restriction. So that is inherent risk. They can't control. Okay, they can't import because government has imposed regulations not to import the new vehicle, not import regulations, import restriction. Government has imposed. Because of that, they couldn't import the new vehicle. So that is inherent risk. Okay, then government එක bypass කරලා එකලා import කරන ban. That is inherent risk. But that was affected to their going concern also. And import කරන නැත්නම් කොහොමද business එක කරන්නේ? So that is inherent risk. They have not implemented any strategy. Okay, let's say 2022 import entire 2022 companies did not do any bypass government's rules and regulations. Okay, so they have not implemented any strategies. Okay, they face going concern issue. That going concern issue is risk, inherent risk. And 2023 they have decided that okay, we can't import new vehicle, but we can buy local second-hand vehicles and we can sell. Then they have put. So through that strategy, they can mitigate their going concern risk. So 2022 they have faced inherent risk, but 2023 also they still face their inherent risk, but they have put some strategies. What's the strategy? They will move on to second-hand vehicles instead of brand new. Remove the import restriction. They have done their business with second-hand vehicles. So 2022 they had going concern inherent risk. 2023 they have mitigate that inherent risk with their strategy, which is called internal control. So that's why I'm saying before implementing internal control, okay, or no any controls. Once you implement the internal control, you can mitigate the inherent risk. So before implementing internal control, if you face any risk, those risks called inherent risk is the risk that there is a misstatement that could be material if there were no related controls which could. Okay, okay, I can explain with another example also. We have discussed this inexperienced staff example. Accounts division එකේ inexperienced staff ලා ඉන්නවා. ඒ නිසා misstatements වෙන්න පුළුවන්. ඒක imagine කරනකො. දැන් මම example 3ක් කිව්වා outside accounts. So now I am giving example. There are in the organization has inexperienced staff. Okay, inexperienced staff they have. So those inexperienced staff material statements in the financial statements. Taking up a risk taker, inherent risk taker. So how that inherent risk can before accountant also only 1 year experienced person. So how this inherent risk can be mitigated? Okay. Earlier, after preparation of accounts, after the accounts preparation by accountant, that account was not reviewed by any other superior person. So once accountant prepares the accounts, immediately that will be submitted to management. Auditors. Accountant inexperienced person, misstatements value in the end. So that is inherent risk. Okay. So they have implemented a control before submitting to the auditors that accounts prepared by accountant, that accounts will be reviewed by finance manager. Finance manager has enough experience and good qualification. Earlier last year, directly finance statement has come from misstatements were high, material misstatements were high. This year, they have implemented a control. Financial statements will be approved by finance manager before submitting to the auditors. So now this inherent risk has been reduced at some extent. Okay, been reduced to some extent. Clear? So now they have put a strategy. What's the strategy? Finance manager review. Okay, so these are the inherent risk. Complex transaction, I told finished good valuation, high volume of transaction, uncertainty, going concern, I told this car sale company issues, management bias, inexperienced staff in accounting division, cash-based business, significant estimates, okay, significant estimates, manual journal entries. So how you can say manual journal entries are inherent risk? System එක දානවා නම් accurate වෙනවා. Okay, manually අපි කරනවා නම් ඒක වැරදි වෙන්න පුළුවන්. Manually අපි calculate කරන එකත් Excel calculate කරන එකත් කෝකද accuracy වෙන්න පුළුවන් ගොඩක්. Excel calculate කරන එකනේ. So that would be the accurate amount. If we compute or if we get an answer through Excel instead of calculating manually, that answer would be accurate more than our manual calculation. Okay, understood? So manual journal entries, likewise, manual journal entries are high risk. If you pass the journal entries through system, that will be more reliable and accurate also. So manual journal entries may create fraudulent activities as well as. Okay, so these are the inherent risks. These inherent risks can be mitigated internal controls. So inherent risk means understand. Then confuse වෙනවා. Control risk එකත් inherent risk එකත් confuse වෙනවා because I was confused when I was learning this. Understand karagana inherent risk කියන්නේ control nan. Okay, control nan. Okay, control nan. Control is picture again nan. There is no any control. If you implement control, that can inherent risk can be reduced. Clear? Controls are not available. When it comes to control risk, controls are there. Okay, control risk. Controls are there, but those controls are not operated effectively. Yeah, highlight karana. This is the main differentiation. Inherent risk, controls are not available. 100% controls are not available. Before implementing the controls, if you face any risk, those risks called inherent risk. Control risk means controls are there. Okay, controls are available, but those controls are not operated effectively. Okay, those controls are not operated effectively. What is mean by effective controls should achieve its objective. Okay, those controls should achieve its objective, which means that control will not, which means objective, that control should prevent and detect material and correct material misstatement in the financial statements. Here we are going to discuss only the financial statement related controls. Okay, we are not discussing about the operation related controls, those things. So as I told, auditor should focus only financial statements. Auditor's scope is only related to the financial statements. So we should check financial related statement related controls, financial controls. In other terms, we say financial controls. Internal control chapter, we discuss financial controls. Okay, so those financial controls only, as an auditor, we should focus. Okay, we are not bothering about other compliance related and other operation related controls. Okay, we should always focus on financial related controls. So control risk means controls are financial controls are not operated effectively, which means those financial controls are not achieving its intended objective. In other terms, we can say that those financial controls do not detect, prevent, and correct the material misstatements in the financial statements. Okay, that is called control risk. Third one, deduction risk. So after discussing this one, I will give a break. So third one, deduction risk. Deduction risk means, as I explained earlier, if auditor fails to deduct the material misstatement in the financial statements, those risks called deduction risk. Okay, deduction risk. That reduction risk, you don't need to write all the words I have given here. Okay, if you have been asked to write what is meant by deduction risk or explain the deduction risk, just write the highlighted sentences. Okay, every topic, just write the highlighted definition and give the example, you will get the marks. Okay, here your understanding purpose only I have elaborated in detail, but you should focus the content of the heading. Okay, content of the heading only you have to remember in your mind. So failure of the auditor to deduct the material misstatement in the action, if auditor fails to deduct the material misstatement, that risk called deduction risk. Okay, that deduction risk can be classified into two. One is sample, another one is non-sampling risk. One is sample, another one is non-sampling risk. Okay, what is mean by sampling risk? Simple. What is mean by deduction risk? Link understand karagana. Otherwise, you will get confused or you will face difficulties to understand. Okay, if auditor fails to deduct material misstatements, that is called deduction risk. So if auditor fails to deduct, then why auditor will fail to deduct? Next question. Then why this question? Classification sampling, non-sampling केला, why केला answer question So auditor fails to deduct the material misstatement, that is called deduction risk. Okay. Then why auditor fails to deduct the material misstatement? The answer for why is one sample risk, another is non-sample risk. Why auditor fails to deduct material misstatement? Because auditor will not check entire 100% transaction. He will do the audit based on the sample. If you have 100 in the organization, you found 100 sales invoices. Okay, you are going to verify the revenue. 100 sale invoices are there. My question is, are you going to check entire 100 transactions? Answer is no. Definitely no. You can't check. Then how many transactions you are going to check? So you are going to check only reasonable amount of transactions, which means in generally we can say 25 number of transactions. Okay. So 25 number of transactions you are going to check. So 75% of transactions you won't check. Yeah. So now you have 75% deduction risk. So if any misstatements happen in that term, someone deduct. Here you will check on the sample basis. So you are checking only 25. You won't check then 75. So 75% of reduction risk is there. Then how we can mitigate the sample reduction risk? If you increase the sample, you can reduce the reduction risk. You can't eliminate the sampling reduction risk. If you want to eliminate the sample reduction risk, what should you do? You should check entire 100% transaction. Is it possible? It is not possible. Okay. So you can mitigate the sample risk by increasing the sample, but you can't eliminate the sample risk. Okay. First scenario, you selected 25 samples and you have verified. In that case, you have 75% reduction risk. Second scenario, you have increased your sample by another 5. Okay, by taking another 5 samples. Then it will end up with 30 samples. Okay, it will end up with 30 samples. So 30 samples means earlier you had 75% of reduction risk. Now you have reduced up to 70%. You can reduce the sample risk by increasing the sampling risk. This risk arises when audit procedures are applied to sample rather than entire population. Increasing sample sizes or doing more work can help reduce reduction risk, sampling reduction risk. Non-sampling risk, simple. Other than sample risk, if you face any other reduction risk, those will come under non-sampling risk. Okay. What are the non-sampling risks? If audit staffs are inexperienced, they can't find material misstatements. They don't know what is material misstatement, what is immaterial, because inexperienced staff. If it is first year audit, time pressure, client has asked to finish the audit by within 2 weeks time. So if it is time pressure is there, you may to find material misstatement. You may miss to find material misstatement. So time pressure. First year audit, you may not sometimes you don't have enough knowledge about the client. Then that will cause reduction risk. Okay, because of that, you may fail to deduct misstatements. So in simple manner, you can say, other than sampling risk, any other reduction risk. Okay. Then how we can, here in the green color box, I have explained sampling. The word I use mitigate, not eliminate. Okay, you can reduce, but you can't avoid. So sampling risk, how you can mitigate? By increasing the sample, you can mitigate the sampling risk. Then how you can mitigate other non-sampling risk, non-sampling direction risk because of inexperienced staff, first-time audit, time pressure. How you can mitigate those risks? Those strategies are you have to put adequate plan. Okay, you have to put adequate plan. Assign more experienced staff. Professional skepticism. That's why I explain professional skepticism is most important thing. Always you should have questionable mind. If any gray areas you notice, you have to ask why. You have to raise extra questions and you have to get clarification and increase supervision and review. So regular supervision and review must be done. So these are the adequate planning must be there, regular supervision and review should be there. More experienced staff you can assign, more knowledgeable experienced staff instead of inexperienced staff. You should assign more experienced staff. Professional skepticism should be maintained. Okay. So with that, we will have a break. I think 11:40. We will start somewhere around 12:30. Okay. I will continue next session. And one more thing. Today we will stop at 3, and one more 3 hours class also I want to conduct. So as much as possible, we will complete the notes. Okay. As much as possible, we will complete the notes and balance part. Next 3 hours class, I want to put so weekdays 7 to 8, 7 to 10, or 7 to 9, or in between sometimes you can suggest uh, coordinator. You can discuss with other students and let me time. Weekdays evening things we will cover there, and answers for those questions. So we have been discussing only business processes, but internal control questions and audit questions also there. So if time permits on next class, we will discuss internal control questions. Okay. So if not, all the answers for those questions, I will upload to the LMS. Okay, I will upload to the LMS. You can refer, and if you have any doubts, you can ask me. So today, as much as possible, we will cover the theory. If we miss anything, we will continue our next extra class. So I will put one more extra class. That would be the last class. So that date, time period should be after working hours, which means 7 to 10 or 9:30. That day we will cover the balance part, and if time permits, we will do certain questions also. So now we will have a break. So sharp 12:30 come. Don't sharp 12:30 come, and we will continue the balance part.
So the attendance,
Attendance I will give. There are 2 classes now. After break, I will give this attendance for this class. Otherwise, I will give. Okay, 1 second.
excuse me, sir. මේ LMS එකට log වෙන්න බැරි එකක් තියෙනවා sir.
Sir, this QR code not working.